No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Ice cream bars. It's the handy way to enjoy smooth, rich, creamy ice cream. Get some.
Yes, sir. The hot dogs at our concession stand do rate an appreciative whistle.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Yes, there's an air about hot coffee that's hard to resist. Full-bodied, refreshing hot coffee makes any time a pleasant interlude. Won't you have some now?
It's 1 minute till showtime.
Please remember to replace the speaker on the post when you leave the theater.
Settle back now, content, comfortable, well-fed, and ready for some fine entertainment. Is everybody happy? Then let's go. It's showtime.
Oh, hey, cats. Like, boo. You dig? Did I scare you? This is Offbeat Cinema All Night Halloween Horror Marathon. My name is Lyra, and we have lots of horror favorites lined up just for you. So stay with us all night long. You might as well, because you won't be able to sleep after watching a few of these far gone films. So stay with us, you cool cats.
There's a party tonight in the house up on the hill. Lots of ghosts will be attending. Will you be joining me?
Oh, okay. Okay, Bird. You are no Vincent Price. All right?
Hey,
but I think I know where you're going with this.
Hey, Zelda. I'm no Vincent Price, I admit it, but I'm just trying to set up this classic film tonight, House on Haunted Hill.
Oh, yes, we do love Vincent Price on Offbeat Cinema, and we welcome you, children of the night. You are in for a very far-gone film. We have mail and guests are going to stop in and lots more.
Oh, it is a special treat, cats and chicks, and we've got... In this house, you will see roving skeletons, walls that drip blood, and lots of ghosts.
And very low budget, but it's a lot of fun to watch, and these guests are invited to the spooky house, and they soon get locked in, and the survivors get to win $10,000.
$10,000? That a lot of money?
Well, when you think about it, back in the 50s when this movie was made, it was.
Well, maybe so, but you know, isn't it about time that we just have Theodore show up and fill us all up with lots of cool details?
Expound.
Oh, good evening, cats. You know, it's been said that the great Ginger Rogers said, now, I don't know if she said it, but it's been said that she said, when dancing with Fred Astaire, yeah, I did everything that Fred did, but I had to do it backwards and in high heels. Well, I have said that the director of tonight's little film, House on Haunted Hill, did everything that the great Alfred Hitchcock, and Hitchcock was a genius, make no mistake. He did everything that the great Alfred Hitchcock did backwards in high heels. Well, maybe not literally, but figuratively, because what Bill Castle did, and he did it, mind you, without Hitchcock's budget, without Hitchcock's studio, without one iota of Hitchcock's talent, he was able to put people into a theater seat and show them a great time, give them a couple of good scares, and send them on their way. Now, he made 2 films with Vincent Price this year, back in 1959. The other was called The Tingler. It's a classic of its kind. And it's hard to say which is the better of the 2, but I lean a little on the side of House on Haunted Hill because, you see, it's a real house on a real hill. It's in the Hollywood Hills, the Los Feliz area of Los Angeles. I've stood there in its shadow and thought, what a genius idea to use this Frank Lloyd Wright masterpiece as the exterior for your low-budget horror movie. That was Bill Castle. And it makes the house as much a character in the film as anybody in the film. That was Bill Castle. Now, there's a really important scene in this, and I want you to watch for it, because it's got Vincent Price doing what Vincent Price did really as well as anybody, and that was scaring the bejeebers out of somebody. And he did it by bringing a skeleton onto the scene. Kind of like Slim here. Now, this is Slim, our Offbeat Cinema Craft Services guy. He's sitting in with us tonight. Doesn't say much, but thanks for coming in. Don't hug the camera. Now, when the skeleton appeared on the screen in the film, at the same time, Bill Castle had a skeleton in the rafters of the theater, and it would swing down over the heads of the audience, mostly kids, of course, and they loved it. And they kept coming back again and again to see this film so that they could see the skeleton. And they got to develop this game where they would throw their popcorn box at the skeleton, and whoever hit the skeleton most often would win. So you've got Vincent Price scaring people, you've got skeletons on the screen and flying overhead, you've got popcorn boxes being thrown in the air. Cats, that's Bill Castle, backwards and in high heels. And it's only tonight, here, on Offbeat Cinema. And as Slim would say, if he said anything, there you have it.
And where does he store this information?
Maybe he's got his own house on his own haunted hill. But anyway, cats, get ready for your own viewing of the House on Haunted Hill. Pop up some corn, brew some dark roast, and dig this offbeat classic.
The ghosts are moving tonight, restless, hungry. May I introduce myself? I'm Watson Pritchard. In just a minute, I'll show you the only really haunted house in the world. Since it was built a century ago, 7 people, including my brother, have been murdered in it. Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent 1 night there, and when they found me in the morning, I was almost dead.
I'm Frederick Lauren, and I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing. There'll be food and drink and ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000, or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars. She's so amusing. Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're paid for it? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him, if he's brave enough to stay all night. This is Ruth Bridges. You've no doubt read her column in the newspapers. She says her reason for coming to the party is to write a feature article on ghosts. She's also desperate for money, gambles. You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend another night here. I wonder why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria. But don't you see a little touch of greed there, around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work for me because she needed the $10,000 more than most. Supports her whole family. Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
Well, where is everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
Are we all strangers to each other? Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Loren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No,
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about running the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives, I believe.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
Who closed the door?
This thing's made of solid steel.
Annabelle, our guests are here, unfortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
Dust and dirt everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. And that's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why, all these strangers were none of our friends.
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
And you call this a party?
Could be.
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
Would you guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
No, thank you.
Just a sip might improve your humor.
My humor is fine, thanks. And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good to know that. Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free, and your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days,
Think so?
if I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ate, the doctor said.
Yes, arsenic on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Now, don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling, the only ghoul in the house is you.
And don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house, in places you wouldn't think. The funny thing is the heads have never been found. Hands and feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened her husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening. I'm your host, Frederick Loren. Since we're all strangers to each other, let's get acquainted with a drink, shall we?
Mr. Loren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What do you have?
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So if any of you decide not to stay for the party, you must let me know before midnight. Of course, if you leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this, party. Aside from the pleasant company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
That's cheerful.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Loren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. A ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
See that stain? Blood. A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
I hope it doesn't come back.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. All this belonged to a Mr. Norton, who didn't die here. He was electrocuted later. Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines, but his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in. She was supposed to stay down. But the bones came up. It's a funny thing. But none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and different. Look out! Thank God she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Destroys everything with hair and flesh. Just leaves the bones. My, it's dry and dusty down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on.
How'd you get invited to this party? No. No, go on. I mean, what did he tell you?
Mr. Lawrence said everybody'd get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay, too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in ghosts?
I don't know.
Well, I agree with what that doc says. You can spook yourself. I've done it in planes. Seen things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your $10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean, if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Ah, sure he will. 10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Does it go anywhere? Lance! Lance!
Please, come on. Did she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
We'll have to break it down. It's locked.
Locked? money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
And the only way you could bump your head in here is to run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they didn't kill him.
Who?
He didn't bump his head. They hit him.
They?
Ah, Vincent, Vincent. Vincent Price was undoubtedly one of the greats of not just offbeat cinema, but of the world, because the man was not just a fine actor. He was a gourmet chef. He was a collector and proponent of great art. He was a world traveler. In fact, he was loved around the world. He was a familiar face on television and everything from the Brady Bunch to the Hollywood squares. He was a commercial spokesman, he was a fine writer, and he was a really fine human being. I happen to have a mutual friend who was a friend of Vincent's, and although I personally never got to meet Vincent, when you hear his friends talk about him, the way they talk about him, you feel that he is in the room with you. And this was a quality that he brought to every role that he took. Doesn't matter how absurd it might have been, and he played in some wonderful classic films, and he played in a few stinkers, and he would have been the first to tell you that. But he always brought the A game, the Vincent Price game, the game that made him and makes him a beloved figure in the annals of offbeat cinema. So, here's to Vincent.
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
Well, then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc.
Wait for me in the hall. The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and. Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
You in a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
There you are, my dear.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
Does that sound different to you?
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. Three, 6. Now, I'm going to knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall. Tap lower down. Where'd it come from?
From in here.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run, it just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
How can I?
I'm Annabelle Lauren. You must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up? This is your room. Depressing, isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party. Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
How long have you known my husband?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger. We all are.
But who?
I hope for your sake you never find out.
Cats, we hope all you out there in the deep darkness are really digging tonight's film, House on Haunted Hill.
Yes, Theodore, and Cats, you know, we get your mail, but we get your mail. You know, because some of it is the most beautiful street poetry, and still some of it is a thinly veiled cry for help. But anyway, let's see what we got tonight.
Get it? We get it.
We get it, we get it.
We got it here. Oh, let me start here. This starts with Dear Zelda, Theodore, and Bird. I've been a longtime fan of Offbeat Cinema, and I want to say keep up the great movies. I hope you're on for many years to come. It would be it would be great if you would take the trouble to please send me an autograph. I would really like it. A picture of you. You guys are the greatest. All the best. Bill Damasio. And Bill is from hails from Rochester, New York.
Right down the road.
Let me try to get you that photo.
Well, this will gonna jump across the country to read from Tom Gabriel, an email from Lompoc, California. Yes, Lompoc. Tom tells us that he loves the show, loves the sponsors and the hosts and the movies, everything about it. What about the station breaks? You like those too? This is the kind of show that late night TV was truly made for. Keep it going and the best of luck. He loved these kind of movies and have watched them for decades, and he'd recommend them to a few that people, he'd love to recommend a few of films that we might enjoy to put on, and some of them, several of them, we already have. So keep watching. He wants to see Bucket of Blood, Roger Corman, Wasp Woman, another one, Not of This Earth. And then from Curtis Harrington, he likes Night Tide. And then the Coppola Corman classic Dementia 13, which we've shown. And then a little later on, he gets into Sorority Babes and a Slimeball Bolorama. Well, that's kind of pushing the envelope of the dateline of Offbeat Cinema.
He's like a high-maintenance viewer.
Some very good selections, my friend.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Oh, Cats, this is a great letter. Get your Kleenex out, kids.
Box of Kleenex coming.
Dear guys, as you can see, I still like to write letters. I also have a working Betamax. Oh, that's rocking. That's rocking. And listen to vinyl. So do I. On Saturday nights, when my wife and daughter are asleep, I get into my lazy boy and I watch Offbeat Cinema. The cast is terrific and the movies are great. And I like to pick out the young stars and see the special effects for back then. And see movies some I've never even heard of. And now, my daughter has been watching a few. And she has an autograph book. On one Saturday night, she looks over to me and says, "Dad, do you think the cast would send me some autographs for my book?" Well, Erica, we love you, and we are definitely going to be sending you something. So be watching your mail. We really appreciate this letter from your dad. John Lewandowski from Walworth, New York. Thanks. Thanks very much. We really like this.
That was lovely. And Cats, you can even get lovelier and more social with us on Facebook or Twitter. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. We're there for you.
And we saw a lot of letters tonight, folks. So keep sending us that snail mail. We love it. And the address is right here on the screen. So send it along.
And don't forget to check us out on the internet at offbeatcinema.tv, where you will see schedules, you will see film titles, you will get it all. offbeatcinema.tv.
And we're now streaming episodes on that website. You can get Offbeat Cinema 24/7.
Wow, and on that very cool information, back to The House on Haunted Hill, one of my favorites.
I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle, Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else that happens here tonight.
Now, don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance, if I need help, may I count on you?
Sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out 50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
Well, what can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money like his can get away with anything. You know, of course, that I'm his fourth wife. The first simply disappeared. The other two died. Lance, I don't want to join them.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then. Please be careful.
Would he hurt you?
He would kill me if he could.
Annabelle, you're missing all the fun. Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go and console him, as you do most men, in your fashion?
You're so clever, Frederick.
Yes, I lie awake nights wondering why I married you. It was rather a mistake.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
Would you adore me as much if I were poor? No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end. It's close to midnight, Lance.
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. I'll be right down.
Come with us. Come with us before he kills you.
Where's Nora? Miss Manning.
I don't want to stay here.
Nora, what happened? That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
Doctor, it looks like we have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Good evening.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
Cats, this movie is really freaking me out. What do you think, Bert?
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
May I have your attention, please? I think you all remember the bargain we made about staying all night. $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait.
Midnight yet? Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now. I was going to ask you whether you wanted to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins. This is my wife's idea. I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor? Lance? Nora?
Go ahead, take it.
Miss Bridges? And here's yours, dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness.
Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well then, just follow me.
Darling, I really don't need this.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look. But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
You think it's all right to leave her by herself, Doctor?
I wish she'd taken the sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1,000,000 people around her. But if they wanted her, they'd get her.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder. I'll join you in a minute.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
But would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
Thanks.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts, nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
We live
Nora? Nora? What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Norton? Where is she?
It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Let her down. Nora?
She's dead, Mr. Loren. Your wife hanged herself.
Suicide.
Please, hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Loren is dead.
But how?
Loren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him.
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute. I've got to go downstairs. you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it. So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here?
Wait. Don't wait.
What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Where's what's-her-name? Nora.
I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Loren, isn't there some way we can get out of this house now?
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone. We gotta stay.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget. But I am afraid. When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Loren. So far tonight, one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria, and one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who will be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of you? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Loren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Loren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
We were all strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What husband hasn't at some time wanted to kill his wife? What husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Loren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Another murder.
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Lauren, we know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent, okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
Do you really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed?
Oh, I wish this night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet. What's the use of saying goodnight?
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
okay? They've all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, ask me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
But if he finds out you're alive... No, Nora. You're safer here than any place else. Now, just lock yourself in and keep quiet. If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
An admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time? It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. But after you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
Well, they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we've planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
It's taking too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
David? David?
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me. You two planned was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
There must be some way to get in here.
Oh, it's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Loren. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so. It's him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Now they're 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
I gotta say, I did not see that coming. I mean, but she got what she deserved, letting all those ghosts and ghouls in the house. What did she expect?
Oh, Bert, I think you just read a little bit too much in these movies.
Yeah, but you know, Zelda, I think Bert is right about this. You know, this film had a simple formula, a low budget, and a great horror icon to carry the show. Man, that is a formula for both profit and success.
I agree, I agree, I agree. Yes, and we show it to you here on Offbeat Cinema, the movies that must be shown, where we promise to show you the good, the bad, and the foreign always.
So, until next time, keep watching the sky. We implore you, keep watching the sky.
Here's a choice of food and drink to satisfy anyone and everyone. You'll find something to please you to add to your evening's enjoyment. Something to please all tastes and age groups.
Hey, cats. I guess you could call this an example of ghouls gone wild. Well, actually, ghouls, ghosts, zombies going wild. But you get the picture. It's all part of the Offbeat Cinema all-night Halloween horror marathon. I hope you popped a huge bowl of popcorn and served up your favorite beverage, because you are going to be up very, very late tonight watching these kooky, spooky movies. Let's get to it, shall we say? Stay with us.
Welcome, cats and chicks, counts and contessas, to the mad pad we call the Hungry Ear. I'm Zelda, and I'm here tonight, as always, with my two beatnik buddies in the land of flickering shadows on the wall, Bird and Theo.
You are correct, as always, Zelda, and tonight we're presenting one of the true icons of all things offbeat, Bela Lugosi.
Ah.
Oh, whoa, he's like the guy in the cereal box.
Well, that's true, Bird, but tonight we're going, way back before Count Chocula.
That's right, Theo. All the way back to 1932 for the indie horror classic, White Zombie.
Oh, yeah, I dig it.
And it's in glorious black and white.
Glorious black and white. Well, anyway, boys, tonight's film does star Bela Lugosi as the mysterious murderer Legendre, the local boss of a mill that just happens to use zombies for his workforce.
Oh, yeah, and I bet this was long before zombies were unionized, so we won't be seeing them picketing or holding signs that say unfair to the undead.
Yeah, that's true, but you will see some truly strange, dreamlike compositions and a creepy atmosphere that I think just perfectly fits this film tonight.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, didn't he do this one the year after he appeared as Dracula on film for the first time?
Oh, yeah, right. Well, that was also long before Ed Wood was even a glimmer in Bella's eye.
Ah, and speaking of Bella's eyes, you'll be seeing a lot of them in this film. They do some really eerie optical effects that I think are still pretty darn creepy.
And I think it's a neat example of early independent filmmaking, barely out of the silent area and into the talkies. So it's very heavy on the visuals.
Man, I can't wait to see this one. I'm going to actually postpone my plans to throw a potato salad at the Dadaism show just to enjoy White Zombie tonight on Offbeat Cinema.
And don't forget, we have viewer mail, a few surprises. Wait, potato salad?
I think that's out of Allen Ginsberg.
More like Ginsburg.
I like it.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
In the road? Driver, what is it?
It's a funeral, mademoiselle. They're afraid of the men who steal dead bodies. So they dig the grave in the middle of the road, where people pass all of the time.
Well, that's a cheerful introduction for you to our West Indies.
Do you know where is the house of Monsieur Beaumont? Zombie! Allez vite! Allez!
It's got like hands clutching me.
Why did you drive like that, you fool? We might have been killed.
Worse than that, monsieur. We might have been caught.
Caught? By whom? Those men you spoke to?
They are not men, monsieur. They are dead bodies.
Dead?
Yes, monsieur. Zombies. The living dead. Corpses taken from their graves. Or made to work in sugar mills, fields at night. Look! Here they come!
Look. Look.
Excuse me, please. Have you got a match? Did I frighten you?
I'm sorry. I'm ugly enough, I suppose.
No, it wasn't you. Something happened back on the road there. We stopped to speak to some men. Our driver told us they weren't men at all. He said they were corpses. Corpses? Surely you don't believe it, do you?
No. I don't know. Haiti is full of nonsense and superstition. They're always mixed up with a lot of mysteries that turn your hair gray. I've been a missionary here for, 30 years, and at times I don't know what to think. Come, let's go in the house.
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Come, Dick.
Is Mr. Beaumont in?
You're expected, Dr. Bruner.
Yes, I've been sent for to marry someone. Maybe. Oh. How long is it that you know Mr. Beaumont?
Oh, only a few days. Madeline introduced him on the docks in Port-au-Prince.
And you?
I met him on the ship coming from New York. He was very kind during the voyage.
So Madeline and I planned to be married the moment she arrived. But Mr. Beaumont persuaded us to come here. He promised to take me out of the bank at Port-au-Prince and send me to New York as his agent.
Strange. Very strange.
I'll tell Mr. Beaumont you're here.
Yeah.
It's all right, isn't it, Doctor?
Oh, I guess so. You see, I've only met Mr. Beaumont once or twice, but he never struck me like a man that'll take the trouble to play fairy godfather to a young couple like you. Unless
what, sir?
I suppose you'll think I'm a meddling old fool, but you know, I'd feel a good deal better if you'd clear out of this place after you're married and have nothing more to do with Mr. Beaumont.
The young people have arrived, sir, and Dr. Brunner. They're waiting in the reception hall.
Show them to their room and tell them I'm out. No, wait. Perhaps I'd better see them. It might look odd if I didn't.
Very odd, sir. Especially as Dr. Brunner is a trifle skeptical as to your motives, sir.
Never mind my motives. Has that other person sent word yet?
No, sir, not yet.
He's 24 hours late.
I wish you'd keep away from that man, sir. He'll make trouble for you.
You needn't worry about that. I'm not afraid of him.
I'm not easily frightened, sir. You should know that. But what you're planning is dangerous.
Don't you suppose I know that, Silver? You don't seem to realize what this girl means to me. Why, I'd sacrifice anything I have in the world for her. Nothing matters if I can't have her.
I think you like Haiti. Most people that...
Oh, Madeline, I'm delighted to see you. Neil, you're more than welcome. Thank you, sir. Doctor, it was very kind of you to come. I know what a busy man you are.
No, not at all. There's a native family live out here that I've been trying to see for a long time. After this young couple are safely married, I'll leave.
But surely you'll stay for dinner after the ceremony.
No, I must run along.
Well, that's a great pity. We had something very special prepared for this occasion. It was very good of you, Madeline, to humor the whim of a lonely man. There was so little time to prepare. I couldn't do half the things I wanted to for you.
You've done more than enough already, Mr. Beaumont, for a comparison, giving Neil a position in the state.
Neil? Yes, indeed. Oh, yes, of course. I'm sure Neil will make a very good agent. But you must be tired after your drive. You'll get some rest. Silver! Silver will show you to your rooms.
This way, please.
Beautiful day for Frankenberry, the world's super sweet new cereal.
Phooey! Here's the world's super sweet new cereal, Count Chocula.
Berko, I've got berry-flavored sweeties for monstrous strawberry flavor.
Well, I've got chocolate sweeties for monstrous chocolate flavor.
Frankenberry,
Count Chocula.
Meow.
Frankenberry, Count Chocula.
hungrier cats and chicks, where we've been grooving on White Zombie starring Bela Lugosi.
Yeah, you know, like I'm really digging the mise-en-scène in this one.
Mise-en-scène, is that like ham on rye?
Well, not exactly. You know, it refers to the placement of objects or characters in the frame, kind of sets the visual theme.
Right, right. Like the three of us sitting here is our theme.
Three of us have, you know, I like my three sons theme.
Okay, boys. Well, cats, we hope you are enjoying White Zombie. It's amazing to think how many zombies have become so mainstream. Seems like they're everywhere these days.
Well, after White Zombie came Revolt of the Zombies, and I Walked with a Zombie, and even Zombies of the Stratosphere.
Yeah, and these days we have zombies on cell phones.
And that would actually make a good film.
How about Night of the Living iPhone?
That's even better.
Okay, boys. Well, I hate to interrupt this cosmic brainstorm, but we need to get back to White Zombie.
Yeah, let's not keep Bella waiting.
Beware the eyes that paralyze.
Oh, and here's more White Zombie tonight on Offbeat Cinema. Can you dig it?
Delighted to see you again, Monsieur Beaumont. Please. Please. I'm sorry that kept you waiting, monsieur. I have been on a journey, seeking men for my mill. Men? They work faithfully. They are not worried about long hours. You could make good use of men like mine on your plantation.
No. That's not what I want.
Then perhaps you wish to talk about the young lady who came to your house this evening.
You've seen her? When?
On the road tonight. There was a young man with her.
They're to be married tonight. You've waited too long to do anything.
What do you want me to do?
If she were to disappear for a month,
what do you hope to gain by her disappearance?
everything.
Everything. Do you think she will forget her lover in a month?
Just give me a month. One little month.
Not in a month. Nor even a year, monsieur. I have looked into her eyes. She is deep in love. But not with you.
They're to be married within an hour. There must be a way.
There is a way. The cost is heavy.
You give me what I want, and you may ask anything. No. Not that.
Only a pinpoint, Monsieur Beaumont, in a glass of wine. Or perhaps a flower. Take it. The time is very brief. You must do your share if I'm to help you. Keep it, monsieur. Keep it. You may change your mind. Send me word when you use it.
I'll find another way.
There is no other way.
love you, Madeline, more than anything else in this whole world, dear. Heaven or hell lies in this little woman for me. You can raise me up to paradise, or you can blast my world into nothingness. There's time even yet, dear. I can make you the envy of every woman. I'll give my life to make you happy. Oh, listen to me, dear, before it's too late.
Don't. Please.
Don't go into that room. We can be in Port-au-Prince in half an hour. There's a boat sailing at midnight.
You've been so wonderful. Don't spoil everything now.
One last gift before I lose you forever.
We are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man, this woman in holy matrimony. Faith. Toast to the bride, to beauty's queen. Gladly, my lord. Leave but a kiss within the glass. Fair gypsy,
Meet my fortune. What do you see in the glass?
I see happiness. I see love. Far more than you deserve.
Is that all?
No. I see
what is it?
I see death.
Madeline. Madeline, what's wrong? Madeline, my dear, please.
Oh, no.
Madeline! Madeline! Can't we do something? Please! Madeline!
How you feeling, Zelda?
Good. How are you?
You sure? Just good? You're not feeling anything?
Grave of our Lord and Savior, and the love of God, and the fellowship of his angels, be with us evermore. Amen.
Zombies? Yes, they are my servants. Did you think we could do it alone? In their lifetime, they were my enemies. Ago, the witch doctor, once my master. Secrets I tortured out of him. Von Gelder, the swine, swollen with riches. He fought against my spells until the last. Him yet I have trouble hiding. His Excellency Richard, once Minister of the Interior. Garcia, Brigand Chief. Marquis, Captain of Gendarmerie. And this is Chauvin, the High Executioner, who almost executed me. I took them, just as we will take this one. But what if they regain their souls? They would tear me to pieces. And that, my friend, shall never be. Madeline.
Madeline!
Welcome back to the Hungry Ear, Cats and Chicks. We hope you're enjoying tonight's far-out flick, White Zombie, featuring Bela Lugosi.
Yeah, you know, seeing this early film of Bela's really makes me think of his later work with Ed Wood.
It seems like around here, all roads eventually lead to Ed Wood, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you know, but Bela actually made some of his best moments on film when he was directed by Eddie. Let's look at Bride of the Monster.
Too true, Bert, too true. In fact, for old time's sake, let's just jump ahead for a moment to 1956.
And have a look at Bela at his best. Play it again, Ed.
Now I am here, sent to bring you home.
Home? I have no home. Hunted, despised, living like an animal. The jungle is my home. That I will show the world that I can be its master. I will perfect my own race of people. A race of atomic supermen which will conquer the world.
There's two explanations that strike me. Either the body was stolen by members of a death cult that use human bones in their ceremonies, or else... Or else what? She's not dead.
Not dead? Are you mad? I saw her die. The doctor signed a certificate. I saw them bury her.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not mad. But I've lived in these islands for a good many years. And I've seen things with my eyes that made me think I was crazy. There's superstitions in Haiti that the natives brought here from Africa. Some of them can be traced back as far as ancient Egypt. And beyond that yet, in the countries that was old when Egypt was young.
Yes, but what has that to do with Madeline? I kissed her as she lay there in the coffin. And her lips were cold.
Let me explain. Now, just a minute. I'll explain. Wherever there is a superstition
You will find there is also a practice. Now, do you remember what your driver told you the night he took you to Beaumont's house?
Oh, about those horrible creatures we saw.
Yeah.
He said they were corpses, taken from their grave.
That's it. Now, wait. Now, that's the superstition. Now for the practice. The ghouls that steal the dead corpses from the graves are supposed to put them there in the first place.
Do you mean that Madeline was murdered so that somebody could steal her dead body?
Ah, nonsense. No. Not her body, yes, but not her dead body. That's what it is.
Well, surely you don't think she's alive in the hands of natives? Oh, no, better dead than that.
Excuse me, please. Have you got a match? Thank you.
You don't believe that, do you?
Say, there's been lots of people that's been pronounced dead that came alive again and lived for years. Now, if nature can play pranks like that, why isn't it possible to play pranks with nature?
Oh, I don't know.
Your driver believed he saw dead men walking. He didn't. What he saw was men alive in everything but this and this.
Oh, the whole thing has me confused. I just can't understand it.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I've been trying for years to get to the bottom of this thing. To separate what you call fact from fiction. The law of Haiti acknowledges the possibility of being buried alive. Here it is in the penal code. I'll read it for you. It's in French. Do you speak French?
No.
Excuse me, please. Have you got a match?
Right here. Here's one.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see it. I'll translate it for you, if you should fit it. Article 149. The use of drugs or other practices which produce lethargic coma or lifeless sleep shall be considered attempted murder.
Yes.
Attempted.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, all right, all right. If the person has been buried alive, the act should be considered murder, no matter what result follows.
Beaumont. Say, you said that you couldn't understand why he was so interested in us. Do you think he did this?
No. No, I think it's native work. Native work, exactly. Of course, if you want to, we can go to Beaumont's house first. If I can get my hands on the devil that's responsible for this, I'll make him such an example that every witch doctor in Haiti will be shaken in his sandals.
But we can't do this alone. Can't the authorities help?
Authorities? Neil, my boy. You don't know these islands. The native authorities are afraid to meddle. I'm not. I got friends among the natives. They'll tell me things that no gendarme could ever get out of. Because I'm a preacher, they think I'm a magician. Before we get through with this thing, we may uncover sins that even the devil would be ashamed of. Oh, these witch doctors.
The Pressman Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit. Plastic flesh, mixing cauldron and petrifying potion. Just pour it into the mold and in minutes you can add monster hair. Paint it with a coloring kit included or make up your own decorations. In 24 hours the heads shrink down. Now shrunken heads for all occasions. Collect them, swap them, give them to your Witch Doctor friends. You can always cook up more with Pressman's Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit.
Hey, I'm Chelsea from Stress Dolls, and this song is called Crazy. This one I wrote actually a while back, and it was, I suppose, inspired by my love-hate relationship with social media because it's a necessary tool in a lot of ways, especially a promotional tool as an artist, but there's a lot of times I feel like I would probably be better off without it. So, here we go. a lonely soul who always opted out. I'm at the point I can't live without you, there's just no doubt. You hold me in my sleep and bring to life my dreams. And when I deplore, say I was better before you. Remind me quietly, who needs the old story when you've got a summary? And who needs a good morning when you've got a silver screen? And who needs you, baby, when I've got my megabytes? The whole world's gone crazy, and so have I. Put away that paper, baby, 'cause I'm your pen. And put away that brain of yours, tuck it into bed. 'Cause who needs thoughts, those hapless worries that trouble your day? I know you were sure you were better before, but honey, I'm here to stay. Who needs the whole story when you've got a summary? And who needs a good morning when you've got a silver screen? And who needs you, baby, when I've got my megabytes? The whole world's gone crazy, and so have I. I'm sure I was better before. Are you sure you were better before? Oh, I'm sure I was better before. Are you sure you were better before? I was better before. I was better before. Who needs the whole story when you've got a summary? And who needs a good morning when you've got a silver screen? And who needs you, baby, when I've got my megabytes? The whole world's gone crazy, and so have I.
Madeline. They can't bring back the light to those eyes. I was mad to do this. But if you'd have smiled on me, I'd have done anything for you, given you anything. I thought that beauty alone would satisfy. But the soul is gone. I can't bear those empty, staring eyes. Oh, forgive me, Madeline, forgive me. I can't bear it any longer. I must take you back.
Back to the grave, monsieur?
No. You must put the light back into her eyes and bring laughter to her lips. She must be gay and happy again.
You paint a charming picture, monsieur. One that I should like to see myself.
You must bring her back.
Aren't you a trifle afraid, monsieur? How do you suppose those eyes will regard you when the brain is able to understand?
Better to see hatred in them than that dreadful emptiness.
Perhaps you're right. It would be a pity to destroy such a lovely flower. Let's drink to the future of this flower. A glass of wine?
Silver, bring wine. We have a toast to drink.
To the future, monsieur. Only a pinpoint, monsieur, in a flower, or perhaps a glass of wine.
What are you trying to do to me?
I have other plans for mademoiselle. I'm afraid you might not agree. I have taken a fancy to you, monsieur.
Silver! Silver! Don't.
To the future, monsieur.
Vulture. You. No, not that. Not that. Vultures.
Just as old Pierre said, a cloud of vultures always hovers over the house of the living dead.
Madeline. Is she there?
No.
Oh, I must go and see.
No. Kneel, my boy. Please, lie down and rest. Please. You'll feel stronger in the morning. You rest. Let me go up and see what I can do.
Why is she so restless tonight? Perhaps she remembers something. We never remember anything when they are like that. No? Because he's cut off.
Madeline!
no. I can't. I can't. You must. It's your turn. Let's run away. He might hear you. No, I can't stand it. I'm going to run away. He'll find you and make you like her.
Can you still hear me? It is unfortunate you are no longer able to speak. I should be interested to hear you describe your symptoms. You see, you are the first man to know what is happening. None of the others did. You refused to shake hands once. I remember. Well, well. We understand each other better now.
Madeline, I found you. You're alive. Alive. What's the matter? It's I, Neil. Oh, my darling. What have they done to you? Who are you? And what are they? For you, my friend, they are the angels of death. Madeline, don't you know me, dear? It's Neil.
I could swear. For a moment she recognized you.
Come on, don't let him get away. Madeline, my darling.
I dreamed.
Excuse me, please. Have you got a match?
Oh man, like that was one way out dream-like flick, like what that cat could do with a candle.
Whoa. Right, you know, at times it almost seemed like theater, like a kabuki.
Kabuki, yeah, we have great kabuki restaurants right here in Buffalo.
No, I mean like kabuki, you know, Japanese.
Yeah, we have great Japanese restaurants. Have you ever been to Matsuda Chow's on Main Street?
Okay, Bert. Okay, fine.
No, boys,
That's good.
I think we can all agree on one thing, and that is White Zombie was just the kind of way out classic you find here and only here on Offbeat Cinema.
That's right, Zelda, and we do hope that you will join us here next week and every week at the Hungry Ear, where the coffee is always hot and the movies are oh so cool.
Right you are, cats. So till next time, fellow zombies and cats and chicks, stay cool, and whatever you do, remember, just keep watching the skies. Keep watching the skies.
So do you think this is a cool post? Or is this?
For the Army.
This or this?
Probably.
What do you think?
I
Cats,
like
write in,
that
let us
one.
know.
Yeah.
Alas, poor Bella. I knew him well.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
Hey, hipsters out there in the dark. I know you're digging tonight's horror marathon on Offbeat Cinema. So stay with us to the end.
Welcome, late night wave riders and film historians everywhere. This is a special edition of Offbeat Cinema. Tonight we're bringing you a century-old tale of demons, warlocks, and witches.
Ooh, you are correct, Zelda, and special is just the right word for this wild and woolly and not a little bit twisted silent epic from 1922, Witchcraft Through the Ages.
Man, you know, like you've heard the saying, the devil you know is better than the one you don't know. Well, cats, the devil in our movie is definitely one you don't want to know. It's absolutely horrifying and was shot in an almost documentary fashion, which brings an especially creepy tone to the whole movie.
And now this film was originally released in Sweden under the title Häxan, which in English basically means The Witches. And as you'll see, our movie has many frightening qualities and imagery that will really creep you out, which of course, we dig it a lot. And like Bert said, the devil is totally the stuff of nightmares.
Cats, you know, like here we have a silent movie that is so visually striking that you forget it's a silent movie. You know, frankly, we dig silent movies around the hungry year, and we've shown some genuine classics, like The Golem, Nosferatu, Safety Last, and of course the great Metropolis. But what's cool about this one is the quasi-documentary style that the filmmakers employed, looking at witchcraft from the Middle Ages through the early 20th century. It's very cool.
Very, very cool. So cats, check out this one and stay with it. You know, stay with us as we explore witchcraft through the ages tonight on Offbeat Cinema, and keep telling yourself it's only a movie. It's only a movie.
Hey, do we have to pay funeral expenses for anyone who dies of fright while watching this?
No, see, that was Screaming Skull. With this one, the audience just has repeated nightmares. And here we go. Dig it. Hi, son. Tonight on Offbeat Cinema.
Sleep well.
Skull. Skull.
Calling all beatniks.
Looking for offbeat cinema swag? We've got it.
T-shirts, 15-ounce classic coffee mugs, hats, more hats, stickers, and more.
Man, like this is commercialism.
Cats, do we have Offbeat Cinema swag? Well, as a matter of fact, we do.
Get with the in-crowd. Order your Offbeat Cinema merchandise today. Just go to offbeatcinema.tv for details.
Cats, although tonight's film was made in 1922, and while it did make it to America by 1929, it didn't become really well known until 1968, when it was re-edited and released with a jazz score, with narration by none other than William S. Burroughs. Like, how far out can you get? Tonight's special Offbeat Cinema presentation of Haxan features a score by our own master maestro, David Kane. And we think his music sends this one right out into orbit, so stay with us for more Haxan, Witchcraft Through the Ages, tonight on Offbeat Cinema.
Cats, tonight's film Häxan, or Witchcraft Through the Ages, can only be called a Scandinavian epic. Keep in mind that what you're looking at is imagery from 100 years ago, and it still works. Häxan is full of way out special effects that were really pretty innovative for their time. There's puppets, there's animation, there's wild makeup effects, all tossed together in this cinematic salad, if you will. There have been many different versions of tonight's filmed release over the past century in different parts of the world, and we hope you're digging our special presentation of Häxan, Witchcraft Through the Ages, tonight on Offbeat Cinema.
Cats, tonight's OBC epic was amongst the first in a long line of witchcraft films and TV shows produced over the past 100 years. Night of the Demon, which was also known as Curse of the Demon here in the USA, is one of my favorites. And there are many others too, like Black Sunday with our offbeat favorite Barbara Steele is great. And then of course there's The Devil's Reign and The Blood on Satan's Claw, The Omen, Rosemary's Baby. And we can't forget Santa Claus, the Mexican wonder from 1959, wherein Santa takes on Satan's youthful ward, Pitch. But right now, let's go back 100 years for more of Witchcraft Through the Ages on Offbeat Cinema.
Man, you know, like, I remember one time my roommate left a tuna salad in the fridge for a few weeks, but it looked good to me, so I ate it. You know, and even after that, my dreams were not as crazy nightmarish as this movie.
Well, you know, Bird, you might say that the devil is in the details of this film. It's both disorienting and uncomfortable, just like that tuna salad. Only more so, and cats, remember, this film is like 100 years old, which gives it a kind of authenticity as a historic relic, truly, through the ages.
And these are the films we like to bring to you on Offbeat Cinema, the good, the bad, and the foreign. And like tonight's movie, The Darkly Bizarre. And snaps to you, cats, who stayed with us for the whole show tonight. And if you did stay with us for the whole show, well,
so join us again next time for another edition of Offbeat Cinema, where the coffee's always hot and the movies are oh so cool.
So until then, cats, chicks, and flat screen hipsters everywhere, remember, keep watching the sky.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.